So, welcome back to Assassin's Creed Shadows, where somebody's shooting and freaking people out. Yeah, they had
I should get back.
they had a patch update today, just like an hour ago, and it's added a bunch of character codecs. So that's what's happening right now. The codex is being updated with a bunch of character information. Who's shooting? Oh, he's only over here. Be quiet. You are disturbing the peace. I will. Also, in between streams, I've been going around the map and getting all the viewpoints and the kakaregas, and also doing all the temples and castles and forts. In most of these events, horse archery I'm not very good at, so they're just gonna have to stay right there. But I've been trying to find all of the merchants and stuff like that. So that's what I've been doing. I think I've cleared out Ki, Yamato, Setsu, and Iga entirely. I think Wakasa as well. So I have Omi, Yamashiro, and Tamba, and Harima left. Which is something I'll do off stream. And I've found a couple of legendary sumie. I have one left, but that one I can't get until springtime. So I've got a couple of them. I took pictures of the ones, except for one I forgot to take pictures of. My bad. Yeah, here's the silver fox. So that's one, and then there was another one. Took a bunch of pictures. Where was it? I think, yeah, there was one up here. Up here? Yeah, there was one up here, but again, I forgot to take a picture of it. But there's a bird, legendary bird up here. I took screenshots of it, because it plays a little cutscene, and I just forgot to take a photo in game. That's the second one. There's another one. I just have to look for the pictures. Not that one. No, that's the fox, yeah. Where was it? I should just look up where it was, shouldn't I? Something here and yeah, that's right. Right here next to this one. This tanuki is lucky tanuki. That one's there. 2 pictures of it, I think. That's the third one, and there was another one. That was the Tanuki is during summer. The silver fox was during fall, I believe. And the crane, I believe it's a crane, that was winter. And then there's a thing here for spring. The deer, I believe. Yeah, deer. And then there's one for all seasons. And now I can't remember where it is. Is it over here? Just easier if I look it up, isn't it? I'm just gonna look it up. Where was it? It was over here. Ah, here we go. There it is. The 3 monkeys. So I got those. And a bunch of codex entries as well. So it's just a whole bunch. So I guess I'm gonna spend the first hour at least of the stream just going through the codex. And now the codex has also updated because of the patch. So yay. Yeah, here we go. Main characters, main antagonists, supporting antagonists, and allies and supporting characters. Those are the new entries that they added in the update. Yeah, everything else is the same. Okay, so let's go over all of the characters. Fujibashi Naue. Naue is the fierce and determined daughter of Jizamurai, born and raised in a village of shinobi, deep in the province of Iga. Nagato, her father, trained Naue in both combat and guerrilla tactics, preparing her to defend her home against invaders, while also instilling in her a sense of loyalty, benevolence, and community. We have Junjiro. 10-year-old Junjiro is an artist, a caretaker, and a bundle of relentless positivity, even surrounded by constant war. Sweet, sensitive, and sometimes naively straightforward, Junjiro has a knack for cutting to the heart of any problem. He lived and studied at Makinodera, remaining after its destruction to tend to Sorin, his mentor. Despite his own tragedies, Junjiro's forgiveness helps to heal Naoe's heart. Tomiko. Tomiko is a grizzled survivor. Tragedy has forged her into something harder, stronger, but perhaps more brittle. She is sharp-tongued and direct with a rage that radiates like heat from a bonfire. But despite this anger, Tomiko is a generous soul, never hesitating to share with those in need. In her youth, Nagato saved Tomiko's life, a kindness she seeks to repay through acts of both compassion and revenge. Matsu. Matsu is an elder of Iga who, in her youth, lived a vibrant life as a shinobi. As she aged and her body began to find its limitations, Matsu's actions mellowed. Instead, she became every Igan's auntie in body and soul, especially for Naoe. Despite her age, hints of the skilled shinobi underneath her wrinkled skin can be seen when she chops vegetables for her stew. Matsu is a warrior peasant through and through. Ito Yoshihiro. Ito Yoshihiro once served at Azai, but when defeat by Oda Nobunaga was imminent, he knew he could die with honor or switch sides to give his son a better life. Choosing the latter, he fought for Nobunaga with increased savagery and determination. His actions were noted, and he was granted Wakai Castle once Setsu had fallen. Yoshihiro was outwardly grateful, but his demeanor thereafter was that of a man compromised. Wada Koretake. This brutal commander was one of the masked figures responsible for slaying Naoe's father. But no, not before getting one of his ears sliced off. Wada Koretake was tasked by Oda Nobunaga to wipe out the last of the Iko-Iki in Setsu. But with the help of warrior monks Kyonyo, Yaya, and Mitsumune, Naoe overthrew Koretake and left him to die in the dirt. Supporting antagonists, Akeshi Kagemitsu. A swaggering braggart, the nephew of the infamous traitor Akechi Mitsuhide grabbed a fox mask and a naginata when he joined the Shinbakufu. It proved to be a fatal mistake. Then we have allies. Ibuki. A wandering ronin and free-spirited poet, Ibuki lives a life of dichotomy, art and battle, beauty and blood. Despite their skill with a blade, they hate fighting, but understand that violence is often the only tool to protect the helpless from oppressors. Ibuki refuses to be boxed in by arbitrary rules. They dream of a day when they can put down their sword for good, filling their hours with art, music, and nature. Oniyuri. The daughter of a former pirate, Oniyuri, Tiger Lily, spent her days plotting revenge on those who wronged her father. With her warped sense of justice, every perceived slight was answered with vindictiveness, often using innocence to mask her cunning. But beneath it all, her childish petulance needed a guiding hand and heart. A keen observer will notice that Oniyuri does a little sing-song before telling a lie. Yeah, she does. Katsuhime. Katsuhime is brash, impulsive, and in a word, explosive. Her idyllic childhood as a daimyo's daughter was shattered by Oda Nobunaga, so she trained as a Koga shinobi and joined the Iko-Iki before ending back in Omi. She loves foreign ideas, especially the tempo. Yagoro. Orphaned by war and raised by the entire mining community of Tada, Yagoro's otherwise idyllic childhood was upended when the Akeshi clan seized control of the nearby silver mine. When a mysterious assassin appeared and fought for the villagers, Yagoro grew obsessed with her, going so far as to craft his own hidden blade and train himself in the ways of the shinobi. Yaya. Yaya was taught to fear her strength, but married a man who loved her for it. When he fell in battle, Yaya traveled to Honganji and swore to help defend it against Nobunaga's forces. After 10 years of siege, Honganji fell, and Yaya sought her atonement for all that war demanded of her. When Naui recovered a treasured keepsake for her, it taught Yaya that true forgiveness begins with the self. No supporting characters. Also, we don't get Yasuke. That's interesting. Get Naui, but not Yasuke. Outfits, Shinobi. Yeah. We don't need that. Shade Walker. That I found. That's nice. Valuable object. Found a couple. Calligraphy set. The 4 treasures of the study, a brush with hairs as fine as a blade's edge, an ink stick as black and deep as the night sky, the dampened inkstone with its smoky scent of pine soot still wafting up, and a sheet of washi paper as crisp as the cold water that shaped it. Each of these items is a work of art in its own right. Ammunition box. This elegant wooden box that protects from damp also obscures the true provenance of the shot stored within. Who knows what sort of ammunition it is or where it was made? As many lands exist as there are ways to kill a man, and both are routinely explored. And then found a couple of foods. The udon. Udon. Udon is a thick noodle made from wheat flour. On hot summer days, it is served cold, a refreshing dish to cool the body. During the cold winter, there is nothing quite like a piping hot bowl of udon with soup. And a miso soup. A wonderful mixture of salt, grains, and soybeans, miso is used to make najiro, a hearty broth filled with fresh vegetables. A softened miso paste is mixed into boiling hot water. A wonderful aroma envelops the senses in warmth and a memory of home. Tofu. Tofu, made with curdled soy milk, is considered to have originated in China. Also known as bean curd, tofu was considered a luxury and served to royalty and wealthy families. It is often added to warm, hearty broths. Shiitake. Used in a variety of recipes, shiitake yields different qualities based on the season in which it is harvested. And I found some sumies. Here we go. The legendary wise macaques. An ink painting of 3 wise and mysterious macaques posing with hands obscuring their eyes, ears, and mouth. When the maxim "see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil" arrived in Japan, it was translated as Mizaru, Kikazaru, and Iwazaru. Since the sound zaru is a modified pronunciation of the word saru, or monkey, the phrase blossomed into a pun in Japan, and the image of monkeys covering their eyes, ears, and mouths became a viral representation of the concept. Then we have the legendary white tanuki, the lucky tanuki. A painting of a legendary tanuki shaking coins from its white fur. A deeply ingrained part of Japanese folklore, tanuki are often portrayed as tricksters and shapeshifters. They are seen as joyful, mischievous, and sometimes silly creatures, but always keen for a good meal or a strong drink. In the folk tale Bunbuku Shagama, a half-kettle tanuki creature showers wealth on a man that treats him kindly, but watch out before befriending one. In other stories, the tanuki's magic turns pebbles and leaves into gold, only for them to turn back to detritus when it comes time for you to settle the bill. So you should be careful with tanukis. And then the legendary white fox. An ink painting of a 3-tailed silver fox howling at the moon. With roots in both Chinese and Japanese mythology, the supernatural multi-tailed fox is a commonly appearing folktale character, sometimes portrayed as a good omen and other times as an ill-bearing trickster. The number of tails in the creature often correlates to the fox spirit's age and magical power, with a maximum of 9 tails. The Dance of the Legendary Red-Crowned Crane. Yeah, that's the one I forgot to take a in-game photo of. An ink painting of a red-crowned crane dancing. In Japanese folklore, these majestic aquatic cranes are regarded as a symbol of grace, joy, good luck, and longevity. Red-crowned cranes dance together both as a mating ritual and to deepen the bonds of their lifelong partnership. I think that was it. Yes. Alright, and then I found a couple of codex here. Tsuruga. The small port of Tsuruga, located on the eastern shore of Wakasa Bay in the former province of Echizen, was the main harbor connecting the provinces of Hokuriku and the northeastern coast of the Sea of Japan to Kyoto. Beginning in the 8th century, the port served as a point of entry for embassies from the Korean Parhe Kingdom. The embassies received an official welcome at Tsuruga before traveling to the capital by land. Later, the port was frequented by merchants from the Song Empire. Products, royalty revenues from the Hokuriku provinces were unloaded at Tsuruga prior to being sent to Kyoto by land, or sometimes by way of Lake Biwa. The port was later controlled by the Ashikaga shogunate. In the 16th century, it was dominated by the Asakura clan, who supported a Funadoza boatmen's guild run by Toimaru, wholesale merchants, who managed the administration of the port and its trade. In 1573, Oda Nobunaga seized control of Tsuruga. The city reached its peak in the Edo period as a storage site for goods arriving from the fiefs of Hokuriku and Tohoku, which were later sent to Kyoto or further on to Osaka by way of the Yodo River. Take a look at that. Alright, what's next? Japanese gardens. Palaces of the ancient aristocracy had gardens composed of ponds and islands with small bridges as early as the 8th century. This tradition continued until the late Heian period, when, under the influence of Ahmadist Buddhism, they evolved into a symbolic representation of the Pure Land. These gardens, with their harmonious blend of vegetation and water, were places for relaxation, strolling, and sometimes celebration. But in the 14th and 15th centuries, Zen Buddhism led to the creation of a new garden style, characterized by an aesthetic of simplicity. This is reflected in the moss gardens of Daiho-ji in Kyoto and Tenryo-ji, one of the 5 mountains of Zen centers of the Rinzai sect, which were designed by Muso Soseki, 1275 to 1351, a great Zen monk. In these gardens, Soseki ingeniously arranged collections of standing stones to look like waterfalls. Gradually, during the 15th century, small, all-mineral gardens were introduced, dry landscape gardens or karesanzui, designed to be viewed from a fixed point, unlike the strolling gardens of the past. Like the famous Ryoan-ji in Kyoto, these became places of meditation. 5 islands of stones set amidst a sea of sand, surrounded by an ochre color wall. What is a garden without plants, flowers, and water? This is the apparent contradiction posed for all enlightenment seekers who meditate here. However, by the end of the 16th century, the dry garden style began to fade, and the great daimyo chose to create larger, lush gardens again, as the aristocracy had done in the past. Yoshino. Yoshino is a mountainous region located in the southern part of the Yamato province, known for being a sacred site where, in the 7th century, a legendary figure named En-no Ozunu founded Shugendo, a practice that integrates the worship of the mountains to Buddhism. Kinpuzenji Temple was established in Yoshino and became one of the strongholds of the Yamabushi, the mountain monks of Shugendo, along with Kumano. Due to its mountainous location, Yoshino was rich in forest resources. Wood from the province of Iga, bordering eastern Yamato, was depleted during the early part of the Middle Ages, having been used since ancient times for the construction and repair of the massive Todaiji and Kofukuji temples. Lumber had been so depleted in that area that when Todaiji was reconstructed in the late 12th century, builders had to rely on the province of Suo at the western end of Honshu as a source of wood supply. However, the use of Yoshino wood did not flourish until the Middle Ages. Yoshino became one of the main centers of Shugendo, and as temples became more actively built and repaired, the wood was also actively used. In the 15th century, it became famous under the brand name Yoshino wood and was promoted as being of excellent quality. Planned afforestation activities are said to have started there, and the 16th century and formed the basis for the development of wood production and trade in the 17th century and beyond. Alright, nothing there. Here. Forgotten tombs. With the emergence of the state and under the influence of Buddhism, the high aristocracy ceased burying their deceased in tombs and chose cremation instead. It was during the Heian period, 794 to 1185, that the imperial court gradually stopped maintaining these ancient tombs. Very quickly, vegetation overtook them. The largest appeared as wooded hills in the middle of plains covered with fields and rice paddies, and the moats that sometimes surrounded them were used as water reservoirs by the local peasants. During the Middle Ages, the purpose of these tombs, buried under blankets of vegetation, was forgotten. At best, a small shrine to a local deity might be found at their height, hinting at their once sacred design. Tomb raiders from this period took advantage of the political anarchy to loot some of the mounds. It was only from the end of the Edo period, the late 18th century and especially in the 19th, that various authorities and some scholars attentive to ancient studies again became interested in these tombs. The first excavations took place while the structure of the tombs were recorded to try and explain them. Antiquarian Gamo Kunpei, 1768 to 1813, was the first to formulate a typology of these tombs and to establish the first terminological markers. It was also a matter of locating the tombs of ancient sovereigns to pay them homage, within the framework of Confucian thought at the time. During the Meiji period, a list was drawn up of those among the Great Kofun that were the tombs of former monarchs, and these tombs were protected and became inaccessible to research excavations. For some of these ancient tombs, they still are. Presently, the Great Kofun are the subject of keen interest from tourists. Fujiwara no Chikata. Fujiwara no Chikata of Iga, who controlled 4 demons, the metal demon, wind demon, the water demon, and the invisible demon, is a legend that persists to this day. Supporters of the story point to the remains of a castle where Shikata is said to have fought the imperial court, a pond where he threw the heads of his defeated enemies, and the deep corner of a river where he was said to wash his large cup that could hold 18 liters of sake. Each one of his demons embodied supernatural powers often attributed to the ninja. A body impervious to ordinary weapons, the power to summon strong winds that could blow away an enemy's castle, the power to create floods and drown their enemies, and the ability to hide and surprise the enemy. Legend or no, the story of Fujiwara no Shikata is in fact cited in the Taheki Chronicle of Great Peace, written in the 14th century, describing him as one of the former enemies of the imperial court. It is entirely possible that the legend was based on the Taheki after the chronicle became popular among the public in the Edo period, as a way of providing an origin story for the ninjas of Iga. Yamabushi and Shugendo. Shugendo, or the way of experience through practice, is one of the forms of mountain worship that has existed in Japan since at least the end of the 17th century. Practitioners, or yamabushi, those who prostrate themselves in the mountains, retreat there to develop spiritual powers and magical practices. They practiced strict asceticism, including the waterfall asceticism which involved praying half-naked under a waterfall to purify oneself in order to be metaphorically reborn. Dying consisted of leaving one's former life behind and giving oneself over to these ascetic practices. Their deep connection to the mountains was born out of these profound mystical and physical experiences. Shugendo was practiced only by men, as women were not allowed access to mountains in ancient Japan. The Yamabushi would go deep into the forests that cover most of the mountains, armed with their gnarled sticks, using their conch shells like mournful trumpets to signal their presence to those near and far. Peasants in the surrounding valleys believed their practices, especially asceticism and fasting, gave the Yamabushi special powers and set them apart from common people. Villagers considered them healers, and they would perform exorcism rituals and propitiatory prayers. They were also feared since their strange practices seemed a form of magic. Despite their venerated status, very few of them were able to read or write. Their knowledge of the rituals and practices came entirely through the observation of their elders and oral tradition. Tanuki. The tanuki, raccoon dog, viverrid dog, a type of raccoon, is a common animal throughout Japan. In folklore, it is a magical forest spirit considered to be a yokai, a strange creature or an invisible spirit of Japanese folklore. Historically, the tanuki were not friendly, even hostile to humans, and sometimes killing them. During the Edo period, the tanuki gradually transformed into a good-natured and mischievous yokai, endowed with disproportionate male attributes and often the subject of humor. Like the fox, the tanuki plays tricks on humans and can also transform into a human. It was said a tanuki could transform into a high-ranking Buddhist monk and go on a journey. In the 20th century, the potters of Shigaraki began to represent the tanuki with a friendly face, round eyes, and straw hat, a round belly, and carrying a sake gourd on its arm or attached to its belt. In fact, a tanuki loves to drink, which is why these statuettes are found in front of drinking establishments. Furthermore, these statuettes are considered good luck charms. The tanuki was made famous to the Western public by the animated film Pompoko by Isao Takahata in 1994. Kumano Hongu Taisha. The Kumano Hongu Taisha, literally the Grand Shrine of Kumano, is the first of the 3 Kumano shrines, Kumano Zanzan, and was originally located on a sandbar in the Kumano River, more than 25 kilometers up from the sea. For this reason, it was originally believed that the shrine was dedicated to the deity of water, while others believed that it was associated with the sun divinity, given that Yatagarasu, 3-legged crow, was considered to be the messenger of the sun divinity. In the 11th century, the divinity of the Kumano Hongu was identified as the Buddha Amida Nyorai, which attracted the faith of the imperial family and the nobles of the imperial court, who sought to be reborn in the Pure Land after their death. The main pilgrimage route that became popular since the late 11th century runs south from Kyoto through Watanabe-notsu, the actual Osaka, and then into the Ki mountain from Tanabe, reaching first the Kumano Hongu, then Shingu and Nachi. There were several buildings at the Kumano Hongu shrine, but most of them were destroyed in the Big Flood of 1889. The remaining 4 were actually relocated to a site far away from the river. In the meantime, 2 pavilions were rebuilt on the original sandbag site, called Oyunohara, to worship the deities of the lost pavilions before the largest entrance gate, Tori, of the shrine in Japan was erected in 2000. Soy sauce. Soy sauce seems to have been invented in China during the Han Dynasty from the 2nd century BCE and spread to most cuisines of the Far East. Made from soybeans and wheat, it was introduced to Japan at least by the early 8th century, possibly earlier. In its current form, soy sauce is said to have been introduced from China in the 13th century by the Zen monk Kakushin, 1207 to 1298, along with a miso recipe. Kakushin settled in a temple near Yuasa, Wakayama Prefecture, where he worked to improve the manufacturing process. In Japan, the sauce was referred to as tamari, a term that remained in use at least until the 18th century. The term shoyu, soy sauce, that currently designates the product, first appeared in 1559 in a document that mentioned a barrel of shoyu. However, the term only became widely used later. Shoyu is a central element of Japanese cuisine today. It is used to season raw fish, tofu, teriyaki, and many others. Furthermore, it is used in the preparation of marinades, broths, and soups. I don't remember. Kaimin, people of the sea. The word kaimin, or people of the sea, refers to all who make their living through maritime activity. Their villages, which were similar in social structure to rice farming ones, were made up of houses on the coast, occasionally built higher up in areas where tsunamis were common. Kaimin were more involved in trade than typical peasants, and they sold their products over a large area. Some activities included gathering seaweed by old and young, harvesting sea salt by boiling large vats of sea water, and hunting marine mammals. Some worked as navigators, while in other regions women, ama, dove to collect pearls. These women held a place authority within their villages. The harvesting and collection of salt and seaweed were significant for domestic use and trade. Salt, an essential commodity for daily life, was commonly used as a purifying element for rituals or offerings. When fishing, simple boats that stayed close to the coast were used. Fish were kept alive and fresh for as long as possible. Fresh ocean fish was considered a rare delicacy, and a portion was reserved as payment for their lords. Castles and war affairs. Genbao Castle and the Battle of Shizugatake. Genbao Castle, located on the border of Echizen Province and Omi Province, was constructed as the headquarters for Shibata Katsuie prior to the Battle of Shizugatake. The layout of Genbao is one of the best among mountain castles of that period. It remains in good condition to this day, as the castle was never reoccupied after that battle. The name of the castle, Genbao, comes from the fact that it was connected to the path that Sakuma Morimasa, Genba Nojo, might have built to communicate with Katsuie. After the death of Oda Nobunaga, Katsuie competed with Hashiba Hideyoshi for the position of successor. When Katsuie was stuck in Echizen territory by snowfall from the past winter, Hideyoshi struck at his allies in Omi, Mino, and Ise provinces. When Shibata Katsuie was able to come to Genbao Castle, he ordered his nephew Moremasa, Maeda Toshie, and other subordinates to attack Hideyoshi's fortresses in Omi province, Shizugatake being one of them. Sakuma Morimasa fought hard despite encountering an unexpectedly large number of Hideyoshi's reinforcements. However, he was betrayed by Maeda Toshie and ultimately suffered defeat. Katsuie retreated to Echizen, where he committed suicide at Kitanosho Castle in today's city of Fukui. The Battle of Shizugatake was the first major victory for Hideyoshi in consolidating his position as Nobunaga's successor and the next great unifier of Japan. To highlight his achievement, he named 7 of his personal vassals who played key roles in the battle, the 7 Spears of Shizugatake. Warrior monks, Sohei. In ancient Japan, the main sources of revenue for Buddhist monasteries, of which there were many, relied heavily on estates, shoen, where peasants worked, and the various tolls placed on the roads. To protect these domains from powerful and greedy neighbors, early Heian period monasteries called on the men-at-arms employed by the estates to defend them. These warriors were tonsured and considered part of the monastery staff. Their role was to deter anyone hostile to the monks by their sheer presence and, if necessary, make the peasants pay their shares. They also defended the domain from common brigands and used their weapons, typically fauchards, to pacify crowds of monks who would gather to protest measures taken by the central authority that they considered unfair. That is how the great monasteries of central Japan, such as Todai-ji, Kofuku-ji in Nara, and Enryaku-ji near Kyoto, the headquarters of the Tendai school, Mount Koya, and the headquarters of the Shingon school, formed powerful armies of warrior monks capable of facing the lords of the Middle Ages. These warrior monks were dressed in long robes with stoles covering their faces, giving them a fearsome appearance. In pursuing unification, Oda Nobunaga destroyed the private military organizations established by the monasteries. In 1571, he attacked and burned Enryaku-ji to the ground, destroying their military might. Hideyoshi did the same to the warrior monks of Negoro-ji in 1585. By the 17th century, the Tokugawa clan had completed the disarmament of the monasteries. And Kubi-jiken. Since ancient times, enemies defeated in battle were beheaded as proof of their meritorious deeds. It was during the post-battle Kubi-jiken, or head inspection, that the heads of important figures were identified by the commander in order to recognize the merit of his vassals. When the identified head was that of a high-ranking commander, it became taimen, face-to-face encounter, different from Kubi-jiken, which confirms the head of middle-ranking commander. Those who brought the head were asked to tell how they killed their enemies, and after their testimony was confirmed in some cases, they were given war credit. When necessary, the heads were shown to those who had betrayed and changed sides, or to enemy prisoners of war to confirm their names. Before the inspection, the head is washed, styled, and made up as to not look unsightly. Oda Nobunaga distinguished himself with the makeup of the heads of Azai Hisamasa and Nagamasa, as well as Asakura Yoshikage, and by displacing them at a banquet in 1574, which some considered to be as another memorial service based on the custom of head makeup. After the identification, the head was either placed in a special container, then given to the enemy, displayed in a public place for all to see and know of the death, or simply discarded. In the cases of low-ranking enemies, the names were not checked, and only the number of people killed was confirmed by cutting off their nose or ear. The ear mound is the most famous tomb, located in front of Toyokuni Shrine in Kyoto, where the ears and noses of about 20,000 Korean and Chinese soldiers are buried after the invasion to the peninsula by Toyotomi Hideyoshi in 1597. Negoro-ji. Negoro-ji, a temple established by followers of the Shingon school of Buddhism, was founded in 1140 on Mount Negoro. In 1290, the temple was relocated to a mountain overlooking the Ki River, but kept its original name. In the early 16th century, a class of warrior monks known as the Negoroshu, or people of Negoro, established their headquarters of Negoroji with additional forces of Chishaku-in, an annex temple. They were an impressive military force with blacksmiths able to produce high-quality muskets as early as the 1550s. By the 1570s, they were reported to have 3,000 musketeers at a time when Nobunaga commanded only 600. The Negoroshu were not technically an Ikki, as they were organized around a Shingon temple, but shared some characteristics. Like other Ikki of the time, they were self-governing and not subject to the authority of a lord. The Portuguese missionary Luís Frois described them as a republic of monks. In 1585, Hideyoshi attacked and destroyed Negoroji. He could not tolerate the existence of this independent entity that did not recognize his authority. The temple was rebuilt in the early 17th century and became the center of the Shingi school of esoteric Shingon Buddhism. Okay, stuff here and stuff there. Ki Province. The province of Ki occupied the south of the Ki Peninsula, current departments of Wakayama and part of Mie. From ancient times, this mountainous province emerged a place of legends transmitted through ancient chronicles. In the Heian period, many Buddhist monasteries were established in the region, such as Kongobu-ji on Mount Koya, the headquarters of the Shingon school, Kogawa-dera, and later Negoroji. The Kumano Shrine, Kumano Jinja, which was and still is one of the most famous in the country and is also located in Ki. The pilgrimage to Kumano was one of the most frequented in the Middle Ages, and several emperors traveled there from the capital through the mountains of the Ki Peninsula. At the end of the 14th century, the province was the scene of a succession conflict within the Yamana family. This forced the shogunate to intervene militarily in 1394, Meitoku no Ran. Ki eventually came under the direction of the Hatakeyama. However, in the 16th century, part of the territory fell outside the control of the great feudal lords, with the establishment of autonomous organizations such as the Saikashu in the region of the Wakayama estuary, or the independent warrior monks of Negoroji. Hideyoshi attacked and destroyed these organizations in a military campaign in 1585. The province was then entrusted to his younger half-brother Hidenaga, who already held Yamato. After the siege of Osaka Castle in 1614 to 1615, the province was entrusted to a son of Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder of the Ki branch of the Tokugawa. Oda Nobunaga. Nobunaga, the first of Japan's three great unifiers in the late 16th century, inherited the leadership of his house in Owari at a young age of 1552. He swiftly expanded his control over the entire province. His historical prominence began with the decisive defeat of his powerful neighbor Imagawa Yoshimoto at the Battle of Okehazama in 1560. Following this victory, he allied with the future Tokugawa Ieyasu, who controlled the eastern flank from Mikawa and worked to conquer Mino in 1567. As Nobunaga's influence continued to rise, he received calls for assistance from Emperor Ogimachi and Ashikaga Yoshiaki, prompting his entry into Kyoto in 1568. Nobunaga had Yoshiaki appointed as shogun by the emperor. His growing power forced his rivals to unite against him. In 1570, with the aid of his ally Ieyasu, he defeated Asai Nagamasa, a powerful lord in Omi. and Asakura Yoshikage at the Battle of Anegawa. The following year, he targeted the monks of Mount Hiei, massacring them and destroying the military power base of the monastery. In 1573, he decisively crushed the power bases of the Asai and Asakura and annexing their domains. The same year, Nobunaga expelled Shogun Yoshiaki, bringing an end to the Ashikaga shogunate. The following year, he emerged victorious against the Ikko sect, whose followers were mercilessly massacred. In 1575, again with Ieyasu's support, he annihilated the Takeda at the Battle of Nagashino. Between 1575 and 1579, Nobunaga constructed a fortified castle at Asuchi on the shores of Lake Biwa, attracting his vassals to settle at its base. He also destroyed the Iga League in 1581. Nobunaga was forced to commit suicide in 1582 due to the betrayal of one of his vassals, Akeshi Mitsuhide. Asai Nagamasa. General and warlord of the Sengoku period, Asai Nagamasa inherited the leadership of the Asai clan in 1560 at the age of 15 and became the lord of Odani Castle in Omi. He consolidated his vassalage and strengthened his power in the south of the province by integrating the local barons of the province and taking advantage of the region's commercial boom where he was established. He attacked and pursued his neighbor Rokaku Yoshitaka, which allowed him to seize almost the entire province. After his marriage to the younger sister of Oda Nobunaga, who had himself considerably strengthened his power over Owari and Mino, he became an ally of the latter. But faced with Nobunaga's rise to power, he decided to ally with the Asakura established in Echizen, as well as the forces of the Honganji of Ishiyama, and stand against Nobunaga. The latter, allied with Tokugawa Ieyasu, inflicted a heavy defeat at the Battle of Anegawa in 1570. Nagamasa temporarily rallied to Nobunaga, but took up arms against him again in 1573 after allying with the Asakura and the monastery of Mount Hiei. After the destruction of the Asakura by Nobunaga, the latter turned against Nagamasa, who found himself besieged in Odani Castle in 1573. Nagamasa had to commit suicide. Before his death, Nagamasa sent his wife to Nobunaga and entrusted him with his 3 daughters. The eldest, Yodogimi, became the official concubine of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, then his wife, and eventually bore him a son. As for the youngest, she was married to the future second shogun, Tokugawa Hidetada, the son of Ieyasu. Senno Rikyu. Senno Rikyu was a renowned tea master of his time. He was originally from Sakai and was the son of a wealthy merchant who held a position in the city council. Rikyu was also influenced by Zen meditation and developed the Wabi aesthetic under the guidance of Takeno Oyu, his mentor. On the recommendation of Imai Sokyu, he joined the circle of Oda Nobunaga, then of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who preferred him over Sokyu. Moreover, Hideyoshi specifically assigned Rikyu to be in charge of the grand tea ceremony, during which he personally served the emperor. Hideyoshi and Rikyu were very close, but neither of them had an easy character to the point that they ended up arguing, and Hideyoshi sentenced him to death by ordering him to cut open his abdomen. Ugh. There is no information on why Hideyoshi acted in such a cruel manner. However, historians have made numerous assumptions, none of them prevailing over the others. Though it is evident that Rikyu made a serious mistake to provoke the anger of his lord in such a way. The 3 main tea schools of today, known as the San Senke, are all from the descendants of Senno Rikyu. Louis Froys. Originally from Lisbon, Louis Froys entered the Society of Jesus. I think it is Jesus. Yeah, entered the Society of Jesus as a novice in 1548 and was sent to Goa because he's a Jesuit. and was sent to Goa, India, where he met 3 Japanese people brought by Francis Xavier. Frois was ordained a priest in 1561 and left for Macau the following year before landing at Yokosuka in Japan in 1563. First a missionary in Kyushu, where he immediately began to learn Japanese. He was sent in 1564 to the Kinki, Sakai and Kyoto to continue evangelizing. In 1569, he was received by Nobunaga, the king of Owari, according to Frois, who had entered Kyoto the previous year. Frois returned to Kyushu as a superior in Bungo from 1577 to 1581. In 1582, he became the translator and interpreter for the Jesuit in Japan, Alexander Valignano. Frois subsequently divided his life between Kyushu and the capital and accompanied Valignano again when he returned to Japan in 1592. After a new stay in Macau for 5 years to escape persecution, Frois returned to Japan and died in Nagasaki in 1597, a few months after the first Christian martyr. Additionally, Frois is known for his extensive correspondence and especially his history of Japan written between 1584 and 1594. More precisely, a history of the Christian Church in Japan, which is a crucial source. In 1585, he wrote an astonishing treatise on the contradictions of customs between Europeans and Japanese, which constitutes a true ethnological work ahead of its time. The text was rediscovered in 1946 in Madrid. It notably contains a fascinating discourse on the understanding of otherness as well as a unique set of data for the history of daily life and mentalities, both in Europe and Japan. Lady Nene. In her era, Nene, like all women, did not possess an official name. She was the daughter of a warrior from Owari, a vassal of Oda Nobunaga, and was also known by the names of Nei or One. Her husband, Hideyoshi, affectionately referred to her as Nene. Upon Hideyoshi's appointment as Grand Chancellor, Kampaku, she was respectfully addressed as Kita no Mandokoro. Following Hideyoshi's death in 1598, she took the significant step of shaving her head and retreating to a hermitage in Kyoto, where she adopted the name Kodai-in. That's where Yasuke ended up. Okay. Despite her family's opposition to marrying a man of humble origins, Nene wed Hideyoshi, who was then merely an officer under Oda Nobunaga. She became his principal wife, and Hideyoshi, throughout his life, maintained a deep affection for her, though they were unable to have children. Their extensive correspondence reveals the profound trust and respect he held for her. Nene frequently offered him advice, both political and strategic, leading Hideyoshi to reverse several decisions based on her insights. Elevated to the high aristocracy, Nene garnered significant respect. Towards the end of his life, Hideyoshi fathered a son with his favored concubine, Yodo Dono, whose influence grew. Nevertheless, Nene retained Hideyoshi's affection until his death. Subsequently, as Kodai-in, she withdrew from political arena, yet the Tokugawa continued to extend their protection to her. And Yasuke. This individual, whose existence is corroborated by multiple sources, is believed to have arrived in Japan with the Jesuit visitor Alessandro Valignano in 1579. Of African origin, possibly from Mozambique, he was brought along as a servant, likely with the status of a slave. He was part of Valignano's delegation when the latter visited Oda Nobunaga in Kyoto on March 23, 1581. Yasuke, as he was later named by Nobunaga, made a significant impression on the Japanese lord, leading Valignano to entrust him to Nobunaga. The conditions of this transaction remain unknown. Yasuke is described in Nobunaga's chronicle, the Shincho-koki, as a man of 26 or 27 years, black all over his body like a buffalo, and possessing the strength of 10 men. Another chronicle notes that he stood around 1.85 meters tall, a remarkable height for Japan at that time. Yeah, he was tall. Nobunaga took Yasuke into his service, bestowing upon him a ceremonial sword and possibly land, thus making him his vassal. According to the chronicle of Lord Matsudaira Ietada, Yasuke was neither a dependent nor a mercenary, but a samurai, receiving an income from Nobunaga. When the Nobunaga was besieged at Honnoji by the forces of his treacherous general Akechi Mitsuhide on June 21st, 1582, Yasuke was present. He is said to have fought for Nobunaga. Yasuke was taken prisoner, but freed by Mitsuhide. From that point on, Yasuke's trail is lost, and he appears to have been sent back to a Christian church in Kyoto. Yasuke served Nobunaga as a samurai for only 15 months. Nobunaga likely enhanced his prestige as a military leader by having such an imposing figure as Yasuke by his side. Louis Froys mentions a black gunner who fought alongside the forces of the Arima clan's daimyo during the Battle of Okitanawate in May 1584. Could this have been Yasuke? We do not know. Yeah, not a whole lot is known about Yasuke. Fujibayashi Yasutoyo. Fujibayashi Yasutoyo, or Nagato no Kami, lived in the 16th century. He is known as a warrior and ninja leader who held his fief in the domain of Yufune, at the northern end of the province of Iga. There still exists a series of stone stupas said to be the tombs of his family near the site of his residence. However, his existence cannot be confirmed in historical documents of the time. His name appears for the first time in the Bansen Shukai, a compilation of ninja knowledge completed in 1676 by his descendant Fujibayashi Yasutake. And it is very possible that Yasutoyo was an imaginary ancestor created by Yasutake. Moreover, it is said that Yasutoyo left Yufune to go to Suruga, where he taught the art of war to Yamamoto Kansuke. The latter was then in the service of Imagawa Yoshimoto, feudal lord of this province, before serving Takeda Shingen. This episode, which echoes his link with a man who became famous as a military strategist in the Edo period, is another element that casts doubt on his existence. On the other hand, the fact that he intervened in a conflict in the Koga district, province of Omi, just north of Yufune, reflects historical facts concerning the geographical and political links between Iga and Koga, the latter being led, like Iga, by a group of small lords who are at the origin of the creation of the ninja. Hattori Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo was an officer who served the Matsudaira clan and their leader, possibly the true founder of the lineage. He was born around the 1545s. He was an excellent horseman and was especially skilled in the use of the spear, known as yari. Moreover, he also made a name for himself on the battlefield, where he earned the nickname of Oni Hanzo, which is translated to Hanzo the Demon. He is described as a leader of foot soldier regiments, Ashigaru, and was involved in capturing several castles as one of Ieyasu's court. Hattori Hanzo is the name most often associated with the ninja activities of that time, although historical sources are not very prolific, and those that affirm the ninja activities of this family line are all fictional. According to Hattori Hanzo, he distinguished himself in 1573 at the Battle of Mikatagahara and gained notoriety in 1582 when Tokugawa Ieyasu found himself without an army in Sakai the day following Nobunaga's death. As far as I'm aware, this part here, the cultural discovery, that is historical data. That's actual fact. The other codex entries are mixed. Some are made up and some are facts. Where was I? According to Hattori Hanzo, he distinguished himself in 1573 at the Battle of Mikatagahara and gained notoriety in 1582 when Tokugawa Ieyasu found himself without an army in Sakai the day following Nobunaga's death. Ieyasu wanted to return to his homeland of Mikawa, but the roads were guarded by Akeshi Mitsuhide's troops. That's where Hattori Hanzo suggested that he take an alternate route through the province of Iga. Although it was a difficult route, it was without surveillance and he could control it with the support of the region. Ieyasu is said to have been escorted by 200 people from Iga no Mono, which allowed him to arrive safely to his province. As a reward, Ieyasu offered Hattori Hanzo 8,000 koku in income and appointed him the head of a troop of 200 soldiers of a modest status, Doshin, some of whom had participated in Ieyasu's escape and had military training as shinobi no mono, responsible for policing, guarding, escorting, and serving as soldiers in the Lord's army. The episode of Ieyasu's escape across the Iga under the leadership of Hattori Hanzo is reported by later sources linked to the Hanzo family, whose reliability is not its best quality. The very fact that this incredible episode celebrating the glory of Hattori Hanzo is never mentioned in the historical sources of the time casts considerable doubt on its veracity. The legend made him the leader of the ninjas, which was probably not accurate given that he was an officer and not a gang leader. Momochi Tamba. Momochi Tamba stands as one of the 3 legendary figures of the Iga ninjas, alongside Hattori Hanzo and Fujibayashi Nagato no Kami. The Iranki Chronicle, which recounts the fall of Iga to Nobunaga's armies, offers only a fleeting mention of Momochi Tamba, who is said to have fought valiantly to the end at Kashiwara Castle. His name is conspicuously absent from the lists of those executed by Nobunaga's forces, hinting at a possible escape. Yet this chronicle, penned in 1679, more than a century after the events, is steeped in romanticism and lacks historical reliability. Often, Momochi Tamba is conflated with Momochi Sandayu, reputed to have founded the Iga ninja schools, though his existence remains shrouded in mystery. An 18th century novel claims that the infamous bandit Ishikawa Goemon learned the art of ninjutsu from Sandayu, but this is mere fiction. It is likely that this Sandayu was inspired by Momochi Tamba, whose existence seems more plausible, though details about him are scarce. The name Momochi does not appear in 16th century records and first emerges in an 1783 survey of Iga families, mentioning a Momochi Sanojo residing in the village of Hojiro, now part of the city of Iga. This village was once fortified. The Tamonin Nikki, a relatively reliable source, notes that Momochi Tamba collected dues from monastery lands, acting as a local administrator for Kofukuji. This suggests that Momochi Tamba was a minor local warrior. Nevertheless, he vanishes from historical records. Our understanding of this enigmatic figure remains limited, with much of what is known veiled in the mists of fiction and legend. Niwa Nagahide. Among Nobunaga's close vassals, Niwa Nagahide was one of the most trustworthy. From a young age, he participated in many battles alongside the Oda clan. In 1573, under Nobunaga's orders, he played a crucial role in the fall of the Asakura by eliminating the clan's heir, Akimimaru, as well as his mother. This allowed Nobunaga to seize the provinces of Omi and Echizen, thereby significantly strengthening his power. In 1576, he was tasked with overseeing the construction of Azuchi Castle. In recognition of his loyal services, he not only received the castle of Sawayama, a vast estate in the province of Wakasa, of which he could eventually become the governor, but he was also among those who, for their efforts in the construction of Asushi, received precious items including the famous painting The Market by Yu Chien. These gifts reflected the esteem his lord had for him, as well as the honor bestowed upon him in 1581 when he led an equestrian parade in Kyoto, commanded by Oda in the presence of the emperor. In 1582, he abandoned the campaign against Shikoku, which had been entrusted to him by Nobunaga, to avenge the latter's death alongside Hideyoshi. Subsequently, he supported Hideyoshi until his own death in 1585, attributed to an unidentified illness. Alessandro Valignano. Alessandro Valignano was born in Italy in the Abruzzo region of Chieti. He began studying law at the University of Padua, one of the great centers of Italian Renaissance studies. After spending a few months in a Venetian prison in 1562-63, he entered the Jesuit novitiate in Rome, climbed the hierarchy, and in 1572 was given the charge for the Jesuits as visitor of the East Indies. He arrived in Goa in 1574, then stayed in Malacca before arriving in Macau in 1578, and then Japan in 1579, where he landed at Kuchinoku in Kyushu, at the time Oda Nobunaga at the height of his power. Valignano visited the various Christian establishments in Japan and reorganized their mission, which he divided into 3 districts: Shimo, Bungo, and Miyako, the capital, where he went in 1581. He was received by Nobunaga in Asuchi. Valignano left Japan the following year for Europe with 4 young Japanese ambassadors, sons of Christian daimyo, where they could go to Rome to be received by the Pope. Valignano accompanied them to Goa, where he stayed for 4 years as provincial of the Indies. He returned to Japan in 1588 with the young Japanese delegates and the title of Special Envoy of the Viceroy of the Indies. However, while traveling from Macau, he learned about the persecution affecting Christians, especially the expulsion order for missionaries promulgated by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Nevertheless, in 1591, Valignano embarked for the archipelago and was received by Hideyoshi at the Yurakudai Palace in Kyoto. He returned to Macau and then came back to Japan from 1598 to 1603 for a 3rd stay. He returned again to Macau, where he died in 1606. Valignano was not a theologian, but was an indefatigable worker, an organizer, and a shrewd politician. From his work in Japan remains his missionary report, Sommario, addressed to the Pope in 1583, in which he shows the possibilities of expanding the mission in the archipelago after describing Japan as he saw it. The Japanese are like us, except that they do not know God. I believe of Kenyo, apparently. Kyonyo. Kyonyo was the 12th abbot of Honganji and who initiated the creation of Higashi Honganji, the Eastern Honganji in Kyoto. This was distinct from Honganji, now Nishi Honganji, the Western Honganji. He was the eldest son of Kenyo, the head of the True Pure Land School, its 11th abbot. He spent his childhood and youth at Ishiyama Honganji, which was then the center for this Buddhist school. He was ordained a monk very young, age 13, and learned to conduct religious services alongside his father, who involved him in the leadership of this religious institution. Under the leadership of his grandfather, Shonyo, 1516 to 1554, and his father, Kenyo, 1543 to 1592. Honganji had become a considerable institution based on the number of its followers. These followers were organized into a league, Ikko-Ikki, that could be mobilized in times of conflict. Ishiyama Honganji itself was a true fortress, including a town where the faithful lived and gathered, Jinai-machi. Additionally, the leaders of the school had established martial ties. The priests of this school had the right to marry with the imperial aristocracy or warlords. Kyonyo's mother was from the Sanjo family, descending from the Fujiwara, and his aunt was the wife of Takeda Shingen. With the rise of Oda Nobunaga in the 1570s, relations became strained between the new hegemon and Honganji, and war eventually broke out, lasting 10 years. Nobunaga managed to crush the Ikko Leagues and besiege the monastic city. The situation became impossible for Honganji, whose allies and leagues had been defeated. In 1580, Kenjo accepted Nobunaga's terms and evacuated the temple to settle in Saginomori, Kii province. But Kyonyo refused to capitulate and continued the fight before he too evacuated. However, prior to leaving, he burned down the fortress to prevent Nobunaga from using it as a support point. Subsequent to these events, relations between father and son deteriorated in a way that reflected the conflict among the school's followers. In fact, the rivalry persisted under Hideyoshi, although relations between him and Honganji were much better. Eventually, land was given to the Buddhist school in Kyoto to build a new Honganji. Kyonyo even became close to Hideyoshi and very tied to Sen no Rikyu, the tea master. However, he lost some of his support when the latter was forced to commit suicide in 1591. After his father's death in 1592, Kyonyo held the leadership of the school for a time, but it eventually slipped away in favor of his younger brother, Junyo. In truth, the conflict within the family was violent. After Hideyoshi's death, Kyonyo allied himself with Tokugawa Ieyasu. After the Ieyasu's victory, land was offered to Kyonyo to establish a second Honganji, indicating that the differences between the two factions had now reached a point of no return. Imai Sokyu. In a world ruled by feudal leaders, Imai Sokyu was one of the prominent figures of his time as a wealthy arms dealer, a tea master, and a skilled politician. During his youth, he studied the tea ceremony in Sakai under the guidance of Takeno-ju, 1502 to 1555, who was known for his development of the aesthetic philosophy centered on the concept of wabi, beauty in simplicity, and whose daughter later married Sokyu. Imai Sokyu became rich by producing firearm ammunition, all while being by Oda Nobunaga's side, mainly as a compulsive tea utensil collector. This position gave him the reputation of a double-faced man, both as a merchant of death and a theoretician of the peaceful tea ceremony. Then he became the Grand Tea Master of Hideyoshi and was one of the three great tea masters of his time, along with Sen no Ryukyu and Tsuda Sokyu. He played a crucial role in popularizing the hot water for tea to be more than just a pastime of the middle classes of Sakai, Kyoto, and Nara, but also made it popular among the powerful feudal lords of the country, starting with the unifiers, Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who performed it and even turned it into a political tool. Okay, I'm gonna do. Oh boy. Eight more. Okay. Shibata Katsue was one of Oda Nobunaga's generals, yet the sources concerning his origins are not very clear. Originally from the province of Owari, he was probably from a family of small village warriors, Dogo. According to source material, his date of birth varies between 1522, 1526, and 1527. In his youth, he entered the service of the Oda, the main lords of the province, and probably received a small fief. Around 1551, he appeared as one of the main vassals of Nobunaga's younger brother, Nobuyuki. He distinguished himself through his command and entered the service of Nobunaga himself after 1560 and became one of his main generals. In 1573, he was one of the commanders of the campaign that Nobunaga led against the Azai and Asakura lords, whose bases he destroyed. Ichi-Yotani, the capital of Asakura, was burned and razed, and Katsue received the castle of Kita no Sho, located in the current city of Fukui, with the task of administering the region. In 1575, he was involved in the pacification of the provinces of Echizen, Etchu, and Noto, but came up against the warlord Uesugi Kenshin established in Echigo. At Nobunaga's death in 1582, Katsue did not participate in the campaign to reduce Akechi Mitsuhide because he was dealing with Kenshin further north. Subsequently, Shibata Katsue supported Nobutaka, Nobunaga's third son, for succession and clashed with Hideyoshi. The relationship between Nobunaga's two main generals quickly degenerated into an armed conflict, and in 1583, Katsue was defeated at the Battle of Chizugatake. Katsue took refuge in his castle of Kita-no-sho, where he was besieged by his enemies. He committed suicide there with his wife, Oichi, who was Nobunaga's younger sister. Oda Nobukatsu. Oda Nobukatsu was the second son of Oda Nobunaga. He was adopted by Tomofusa, the head of the Kitabatake clan, who controlled Ise, and then took the name Kitabatake Nobu. He succeeded his adopted father Tomofusa in 1575. He engaged in a poorly conceived campaign to reduce Iga in 1579, but was defeated. He hoped to become the suzerain of the Oda after his father's death in 1582, and for this chose to ally with Hideyoshi against his brother Nobutaka, who was supported by Shibata Katsue. Nobukatsu defeated his brother and forced the latter to commit suicide. Subsequently, he allied with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Nobukatsu stood against Hideyoshi for a time, but eventually rallied to him, renouncing any claim to his succession. In 1600, Nobukatsu sided with Tokugawa Ieyasu, and during the two sieges of Osaka in 1614 and 1615, he consolidated his status as a daimyo. Despite his reputation as a poor general and a mediocre political tactician, Nobukatsu managed to navigate through different regimes and ensure a peaceful end, which in those difficult times was quite a feat. Having trouble reading. Kamizumi Nobutsuna, a warrior from the Sengoku period, hailed from Kozuke in northern Kanto and is renowned as a pivotal figure in Kenjutsu, the art of the sword. He is celebrated for founding the Shingaki-ryu, New Shadow School. Many historical and contemporary sword schools claim his teachings. However, like many foundational figures, his biography is subject to various episodes recounted much later and not always from credible sources. Both his birth and death dates remain uncertain. Nobutsuna is believed to have been born in 1506 at the family manor near Mount Akagi, where he grew up. As an adult, he appears to have served several prominent daimyos, including Hojo Ujiyasu, Uesugi Kenshin, and Takeda Shingen. In 1564, or possibly 1570, according to other sources, he traveled to Kyoto, where his demonstration before the shogun left a significant impression. Consequently, he gained numerous disciples among the warriors, including Lord Yagyu Munetoshi, to whom he imparted his art and granted the teaching rights of the Shingaki-ryu, the new sword school he had founded. This school later became associated with the Yagyu name and was established as the official sword school of the Tokugawa shoguns in the 17th century. Additionally, Kamizumi Nobutsuna had significant ties to Zen Buddhism, to which he was devoted from a young age. Various texts provide conflicting accounts of his death, suggesting the years 1577 or 1582. He is also known by several names, including Kamizumi Ise no Kami and Ogo Musashi no Kami. Alright. Oichi no Kata. Oichi no Kata, the youngest sister of Oda Nobunaga, was renowned for her beauty and strong character. At the age of 20, she was strategically married by Nobunaga to Asai Nagamasa, a powerful lord in the province of Omi. Unusually for the time, this politically motivated union evolved into a genuine love relationship, resulting in the birth of a son and 3 daughters, including Yodo Gimi, who later became the concubine and later the official wife of Hideyoshi, bearing him a son. Another daughter, Go or Ogo, married Tokugawa Hidetada, the second shogun. Oichi no Kata faced significant hardships between 1570 and 1573 as her brother Nobunaga and her husband Nagamasa were embroiled in conflict. Besieged in Odani Castle and facing defeat, Asai Nagamasa was compelled to send Oichi no Kata and their children back to Nobunaga before taking his own life. Following this, Oichi no Kata was remarried to Shibata Katsuie, one of Nobunaga's most powerful generals. After Nobunaga's sudden death, Hideyoshi and Katsuie quickly became rivals. Katsuie, besieged in Kitanosho Castle, attempted to send his wife and children to Hideyoshi. In a poignant echo of her previous ordeal, Oichi no Kata allowed her children to leave but chose to remain with her second husband, ultimately deciding to perish with him in the burning castle. Oichi no Kata's life is marked by tragedy. Her eldest daughter Yodogimi, perished leading the Toyotomi clan during the fall of Osaka Castle to the Tokugawa in 1615. Her other daughter, Go, became the mother of the third shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu, and the grandmother of Meisho, the only reigning empress of her time. Ise Sadatame. The Ise are an ancient family of warriors who served various administrative functions for the Ashikaga shogunate. Several members of the clan left treatises on administration and the proper conduct of warriors at the shogun's court. Although very young, Sadatame was put in the service of the 14th shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide. However, upon the sudden death of the shogun in 1568, Sadatame was, for a time, considered part of the unreliable officials by the new shogun, Yoshiaki, who had formerly served his cousin. As a result, he was sidelined for a time. Yet his qualities, as well as those of his younger brother Sadaoki, were eventually recognized. Sadatame was integrated into the Otomoshu, the shogun's commensals, those who served him daily. In 1573, relations between Shogun Yoshiaki and Oda Nobunaga deteriorated. Sadatame then fought at the Nijo Palace in Kyoto for his lord, but Yoshiaki was defeated and expelled from Kyoto. Nobunaga then ended the Ashikaga shogunate. Nevertheless, he pardoned Sadatame and his brother Sadaoki, probably due to their administrative skills. Sadatame then worked in the offices of Nobunaga's new regime as his vassal. Having taken ill, Sadatame resigned from his duties in 1581, but resumed his activities with Hideyoshi for a while before retiring again due to his health. He spent the last part of his life writing treatises on horsemanship and warrior traditions, and his sons entered the service of the Tokugawa administration. Akeshi Mitsuyoshi. Akeshi Mitsuyoshi. Sources concerning Mitsuyoshi are rare, and his exact date of birth remains unknown. Furthermore, in contemporary documents, he was known under the name Yugoro, the eldest son of Akeshi Mitsuhide. That his name was Mitsuyoshi is only confirmed by a later chronicle named the Akeshi Gunki, written in the last years of the 17th century, leading to doubts among historians on this subject. However, his name is cited among the participants in a Renga contest organized by his father in 1582. During the Honnoji incident where Oda Nobunaga met his death, Mitsuyoshi was at Sakamoto Castle in the province of Omi. When his father was defeated and killed at the Battle of Yamazaki, he found himself surrounded by Hideyoshi's generals Nakagawa, Kiyohide and Takayama Ukon and perished in the castle with the other members of his family. However, according to other sources, he died of illness in Kameyama Castle, or he survived by becoming a monk. Mori Ranmaru. Mori Ranmaru was a young warrior in the service of Oda Nobunaga. Born in 1565, he died at the age of 17 during the Honnoji incident, 1582, when Akishi Mitsuhide besieged the temple. Before committing suicide, Nobunaga supposedly asked Renmaru to set fire to the building so that the enemy could not find his body. Oh, I remember who this is now. Renmaru himself disappeared during the fighting with his two younger brothers who had fought with him. Several chronicles give contradictory accounts of Nobunaga's last moments, so it is difficult to know what really happened. Renmaru was a child whose name which remained with him, while Nagasada or Naritoshi are his adult names. He came from a samurai family in Mino province who entered the service of the Oda in 1542. The Mori distinguished themselves many times in combat, and thereby the young Ranmaru entered the service of Nobunaga as a page, Kosho, at the age of 12 and worked his way into Nobunaga's inner circle. In 1581, he received a small fief of 500 koku. Following the Battle of Temoku-san in 1582, which saw the collapse of the Takeda clan, Mori Renmaru supposedly received a considerable land grant yielding 50,000 koku of rice and guard of Castle Iwamura, a mountain castle in the province of Mino, and which Takeda Shingen had once seized. After Renmaru's death, the castle then passed to Hideyoshi. The death of the young Ranmaru in service of his master, who was betrayed by one of his own, struck a chord, and Ranmaru was often cited in Edo period warrior literature as an example of loyalty and fidelity, even dying for it. Last one, Rokaku Yoshikata Shotei. The Rokaku were warriors who settled in the south of Omi province, not far from Lake Biwa. These warriors functioned as the region's military governors. However, in the aftermath of the Onin War at the end of the 15th century, this family managed to emancipate themselves and transform into warlords, leading a unified fief. From then on, and for nearly a century, the Rokaku constituted the most powerful lordly clan in the region. Their geographical position, however, forced them to ally with their neighbors or, on the contrary, to fight them. First the Kyogyoku, then the Miyoshi, then the Asai, before being eliminated by Oda Nobunaga in 1570. Yoshikata inherited Kanonji Castle from his father and settled there in 1552. He repelled the Miyoshi, and in 1559 managed to negotiate peace between them and the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiteru. The same year, Yoshikata shaved his head and became a monk under the name Shotei, or Yotei. In 1560 he was attacked by the Asai, whom he first defeated and then was defeated by Asai Nagamasa at the Battle of Norada. Nevertheless, the Rokaku maintained their position, more or less. In 1568, Oda Nobunaga entered Kyoto and asked Shotei to rally, but he refused. Defeated again, Shotei had to abandon Kanonji Castle and take refuge in the Koga district, where he had supporters. But he could not withstand the shock of Nobunaga's armies led by Shibata Katsue and suffered defeat after defeat in 1570. From then on, the powerful Rokaku clan disappeared. Shotei was placed under house arrest by a vassal of Nobunaga, then escaped in 1574 to take refuge again in Koga at Shigaraki, where he lived reclusively without real political influence. Yoshikata was the originator of an original lordly law issued in the Rokaku domain in 1567. He is said to have been baptized in 1581 and later in his old age became an Otogi-shu, a prince's advisor to Hideyoshi. Shotei is also known for his skill in archery, of the Yoshida school. and for his treatise on horsemanship, which followed the principles of the Sasaki school. Alright, that was a lot. Right, so I discovered, so when I was going around the world, I discovered this little quest called the tournament, and that is attached to an objective. So I'm gonna do that. Tied to the animus objectives here. This one, the arena. So I have to complete that quest in order to get to the arena. So I'm gonna do that. I have no idea what the tournament is about, but I'll do it as Yasuke. Alright, I need to talk to people though. Maybe I should do that.
Is everyone like you where you come from, Yasuke?
How do you mean?
Fierce in battle, yet gentle to their friends, and fearless in the face of danger.
We are all different. Though my mother was as you describe.
Okay, who else?
I have returned from Mount Hiei. The air about the Inrakuji is still thick with death and anguish. The fields of Omi do not grow so lush that they can cover the wounds of what happened there.
Moving on.
I hope you will forgive my intrusion. I will be brief.
Well,
For decades, I have run a modest yet lucrative fighting tournament, though not fully legal. Control of the tournament was seized by a band of cruel, heartless, and most formidable warriors. Not only do they excel in their respective martial arts, but they execute their enemies. And anyone they feel could one day oppose them.
That does not sound like a fair fight.
Which is why I have come to you. I admit, I have felt the ripples of your good deeds throughout the country. Your bravery has become renowned. Fight, and rid our land of its most depraved warriors, and save me and countless others from servitude, and an undeserved slow death. That is everything. Please consider my proposal.
All right. Let's do that one then. Find the tournament. In Yamato, Yoshino, southeastern Yoshino. Mitarai Valley. It's in a ruined temple. Right here, maybe? East of... Yeah, so it gotta be this one then. See, this is why it was a good idea for me to go around the map. Let's see if it's here. That looks pretty ruined to me. Nope, there it is.
Sounds like I have found the fighting tournament. People here are quite uninhibited.
You came. It's a match. Victory to Lord Unkai. Gyoji! Warriors! Lady Masago! Lord Suguru! Lord Hokuto! Lady Osen! And to our long-reigning champion, Lord Unkai, I present your new challenger, Yasuke the Giant. Survive. Win, and we are all free. Lose, and I will end up like my friend here.
Oh boy.
4 one-on-one duels await. The rules are simple. Win or die. Only then may you face Lord Unkai. When you are ready for your first fight, ring the bell.
Okie dokie.
Nothing like bloodshed to warm the soul and some tasty sake.
Ding ding.
Unkai gave me purpose. No one will take that from me.
Whoop. Oh no, you don't, lady. Whoop.
And I'll make this quick.
All right. Whoop. Ah.
No one gets past me.
It's a match! Lady Masago is no more! Victory to Yasuke the Giant!
Back to work. Clean this up.
All right, who next?
Look upon my blade and see your death staring back. Bask in my blade's glory.
Oop! Yeah! Look! Nah! No, no, no. Well, he did.
It's a match! Lord Suguru is sheathed. Victory to Yasuke the Giant!
Ding ding. Ah, he's a big boy.
Look upon me and be crushed. You won't like how this ends!
Oop, I forgot. Oop! Oop! No, 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 no. You stay there. Ah.
It's a match! Lord Hokuto has been toppled! Victory to Yasuke the Giant!
How am I supposed to move you? He's huge.
Ring a ding.
Taste the poison of my blades.
Okay, lady. Oh,
All
it really
fall
is
to my
poisonous.
blades.
Oop. Yeah, no, no, you don't. Nope. Well, she did.
It's a match! Osang has poisoned her last foe! Victory to Yasuke the Giant!
Careful. The poison may still be on the brains.
Is this the last one? The big one? Ah, it's the big one.
Finally,
The main one.
a worthy foe. I cleanse this land, just as you do.
Whoop. No, you don't. Don't you dare heal, bastard. Bye.
I can't believe it! It's a match! You did it! Lord Unkai is defeated! Victory to Yaske the Giant! Our new champion! You have freed us of our servitude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lord Unkai, who was he to you?
Lord Unkai was once a monk here, when this was a functioning temple. A once great man, corrupted by tragedy and drink. He seized control of my tournament. Used it to punish his enemies.
No more. Now you are free to do what you choose.
It has been my dream to restore my tournament to its former glory. My assistants and I are family of sorts. This is all we know. And it is an effective way of eliminating problematic warriors.
Then know your new champion will be glad to defend the title against worthy opponents.
Delivering justice. One fight at a time. Here, your prize. Perhaps more modest than advertised.
I did not come just for the reward. Until we meet again, Gyoji.
When the time is right, Yaske the Giant, I will find you again.
Nice. Now I should be able to do that arena thing. Yep, there it is. Okay, let's see. Try it out. Yeah, here it is. Ding the bell. Yep, no. I'm just gonna do a thing here. There we go. Now I have it. Win 3, okay. Oh no, you don't, Mr. Big Man. Oh, he went down pretty quick. It's funny. Nope, there's another big boy. Oh, 2 of them. There's 2 of you. Nope. 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 Dang it. Oh, wait. The big boys tend to be pretty. Wait. Alright, so that's taken care of. Finally did the arena. Nice. Yeah. Get that one and this one. Now I'm just 600 fragments away from the final one. Okay. Exchange. 23. Good way to get things for free from the store. The less real money you have to spend there, the better. I have 13. Good. There we go. Alright, so now that one's done. No, no, no. I'll just reset that one. Don't want that. I do not want that. Okay, so I can only assign there, huh? Okay. Well, then I'll keep it there. We'll keep it there. I'll do something else then. Mm. And that works. See now. Yeah, do that one. There. All right, now. Not that one. Right, this one. Because I did take care of them when I was around the world.
That was not ideal. The shadows and deceits in Yamato are vanquished.
You bring peace to us. Thank you. Please, return to where you first met our shared companion. He might have left a gift. Something to remember him by.
Gift or no gift, I will not soon forget him.
nor will we forget your deeds here in Yamato. Again, thank you.
And where was that? Because I already forgot. Up here. Come on. Yasuke, please. Alright. Cool. Okay. See, what else do we have? Right, I'm 19 away from that. Alright, Jokin. Let's go talk to him. Two more there, three more that one. Right. Then let's do this. Nope.
Naue will never let me hear the end of this.
Tea will be served shortly. But first, allow me to show you Todaiji Temple in all its glory.
Glory tarnished by war. Still, here is a sense of tranquility.
Tranquility is a rare treasure amid this chaos. War ravages these lands, yet Todaiji offers solace.
I fear it is action that will solve Yamato's problems.
Indeed. Which is why I personally aid the peace efforts. Let us walk. Would you kindly follow me? Here sits Daibutsu-den, built in more harmonious times. Some believe this structure is the very heart of the realm.
What do you believe?
I believe bronze, while impressive in form, pales in comparison to the fiery determination of the ambitious.
Surely peace is the blessing Yamato needs.
Hopefully, with my guidance, the clans can achieve it.
I certainly hope so.
They simply need to open their hearts and minds to Buddha. Then, they will see the way.
You mentioned you had a role in the peace talks. What exactly?
I assure tradition and formality. Do you see that scroll over there? For generations, its sacred texts have guided negotiations between the various warring clans.
It is often open minds, not tradition, that lead to peace.
Yes, but the Buddha speaks through the scroll, blessing or disapproving. I must attend to my duties. In my absence, I kindly request that you stay within the gardens. Even the most esteemed guests are not allowed access to all areas of the temple.
Okay.
Over here, smoking mountain.
Kojiro?
There you are again,
Where are you taking me?
Mr. Mysterious.
Surely this is going to get me into trouble.
Such doubts. Have I led you astray before?
No.
Come.
Maybe he's a tanuki in disguise.
The Okyo collects sacred
He
relics.
sure gives off that vibe.
Their value could fund an army.
Among other things.
Okay.
This report suggests Lady Ayako of the Akiyama clan is not trustworthy.
Convenient. Lying open there for all to read.
Your desire for peace is admirable. Utsui will be persuaded despite his stern character. Many of the Akiyama are showing willingness for peace, but Lady Ayako will be an obstacle. She sees her clan as the rightful rulers of Yamato. Be careful. She has allies throughout the land. Ashiba clan.
This sword must have seen many battles. A strange memento for a peaceful old monk.
No polishing can remove that blood stain. Never much cared for that tea kettle.
You have seen it before?
No, not in this life.
It is curious that the Hokyo collects so many unmonkly things.
Trophies even. I wonder why.
Here you are. You have glimpsed my collection of oddities.
That tea set is particularly impressive.
The tea set of Matsunaga Hisahide. Exquisite craftsmanship.
He was a bold usurper.
A scoundrel driven by greed. But he had fine taste. Especially in tea sets.
It is a good thing Lord Nobunaga dealt with him.
The Oda clan's actions benefited Yamato, toppling the Matsunaga clan and empowering the Tsutsui clan. Still, just before the Matsunaga clan's fall, Lord Nobunaga promised Yamato to us monks, then changed his mind.
Lord Nobunaga seldom acted without reason.
Indeed, a very shrewd thinker. Now Lord Junkei rules Yamato and enjoys its riches. Anyway, enough of the past. Let us resume our walk. Not the prettiest sight.
The scars of war.
Scars can mark survivors like me. I once nearly met my end at this very spot.
Oh?
During the Matsunaga clan's time, Hisahide's troublesome son attacked right here. He was a worthy foe. Worse but more brave than his father. Came within a hair's breadth of striking me dead. But that was long ago. Anyway, it has taken Lord Junkei years to allocate the funds needed for proper repairs.
Your tone suggests discontent.
Acceptance, not discontent. Humble monks, we have yielded to many clans. Oda, Matsunaga,
Go! Kill them! Savages! If you must, take my knife and spare the others!
Nope. Thank you.
How severe is your injury, Joken Hokyu?
This? It is nothing.
Why the tears then?
Have you not heard? The Akiyama stole the scroll. Without it, no peace in Yamato. Unbearable shame. Bring me a blade. Only my death will restore honor.
Stay right there. Your fate is not yours to decide.
You are right. I must inform Lord Junke. Koriyama Castle must be witness to my punishment. Lost the scroll, have we?
What is this? One moment you're here with me, and then you're...
We could talk about that. Or I tell you where to find the scroll to bring peace to Yamato.
Where is it?
The thieves went that way.
Thank you. Oh, he's a cheeky little bastard, but I like him.
That Kojiro puzzles me. Each time he helps, I somehow trust him less. And yet, I do not question his advice. I wonder why.
Thieves fled west of Todaiji. They went toward the megalithic vault. They look like Akiyama soldiers. What are you dumbasses doing? Let's see. West of Todaiji. The megalithic vault, which is exactly, I don't know. I finished it, so. Wait, west is this way. For some reason, I always mix up east and west. Here's the vault. Okay, it's towards the vault. So it's towards here then. Right. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. Found it.
I must bring the scroll to Lord Junke before he passes judgment on the Hokyu.
Ooh. Attack the temple. Do not spare anyone who stops you from getting the scroll. The Hokyo should receive a wound, but not a severe one. something serious, if something serious happens to him, it's your heads. Messenger. I figured. He's in on it. Maybe we should have just let him kill himself. Okay. Let's get rid of that. So he's not back here. Okay, he's over here. Wait, let me just sell some stuff.
I am on. There we go. Until we
Hey,
meet again.
Nat. Lurk away as much as you want. Right, let's go to the other shop. Oops, sorry.
You have made the right choice,
Right, there we go. Done that.
It has been a pleasure.
Alright, let's go confront this junkie. Or joking, not junkie. Joking.
Akiyama steal the scroll to evade peace? I'll wage war.
Rashness, Lord Junke. Perhaps a middle path between peace and war.
Middle path? Worthless monk. Your fear has restrained me far too long. You again. I have no time for visitors. I'm about to declare war on my enemies.
Peace is still possible.
I saw it stolen. With no hope of getting it back.
The Akiyama clan. They took it.
The thieves wore their colors, yes. But it does not mean Lady Ayako gave the order.
If not her, then who?
I do not know. But you have the scroll back.
I dislike your tone, but I will overlook it given your apparently good service. Now go.
I won't forget your kindness.
I don't
I
trust
must
him.
get to Kofukuji Temple. Attend the peace negotiations with Naue.
All right. Oh, it's not that far away. All right. Go around here. Hey, come on. Come on, big boy. Let's see, where am I? Okay, so they're... Jump down, little one. There you go. You go around here. Here's...
The peace talks will be held inside. Yamato's leaders are all here.
Our target, too.
Lord Junke and Lady Ayako. No love lost for each other. Nor anyone else from what I can tell. As for the Hokyo, I am unsure. I do not know what lurks beneath.
The Shinbakufu must strike. They'll want to stop the peace alliance.
I will attend the ceremony. Watch from within. What role will you take?
On the outside in the shadows. As always.
As always.
I need a vantage point, so I can get a good view.
Try not to trip on your way up.
I should get to the high point.
Alright, seeing as we need to take out one of the Shinbaku, it makes sense to do it as Naoe. She's just better at assassinating people. Being an assassin and all. Okay, so I need to go... over here.
I need to see what they're up to.
Ready your weapons. Get into position. When our target falls, so too does any chance of peace.
Monks talking with Akiyama warriors. Akiyama warriors armed with teppu? I must get closer.
Then let's get closer. Yep. Good boy. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. There we go. Search the area. Oh, there's something. Can I? No one. Nothing.
What have you found?
Spotted something.
You spotted nothing. Fuck off.
That Ashigaru. I have to stop him before he fires at his target.
The moment has come. Today we strike for the last time. Position your best shots at the balconies and wait the signal. Then let your shots be swift and true, for the fall of Tsutsui Junkei is the key to our grand design. Its end will mark the dawn of our new order over Yamato. Kill the sharpshooter, and that's over there. Oh, jeez. Sharpshooter is over there. Ah, there he is. Let's smart.
Oh,
You're dead. Bye. Here, up here. Oh. Now you're taken care of.
You are a mystery, Kojiro.
doesn't matter what I am, my friend. Different motives, same ends.
What ends would those be?
You're about to find out.
You bring me here to have me killed? If I wanted you dead, you would be.
Not another step. Your bickering forestalls peace. Assuming one of you does not follow another agenda.
Not this again. The darkness in Yamato.
Darkness? Are you blind? It is her!
Well said, Lord Junke. I've had my suspicions all this time.
Did you now?
And I mine. One of you three is not who they seem.
Three?
My bet is on
It cannot be
Joken.
me. I work for peace.
Lord Nobunaga made a rare mistake in giving Yamato to you. Did his death bring you grief or relief?
Yasuke is right. The traitor Junke has deceived us all.
Fool! Quick! Show your blade at the monk! There's a method to my tricks.
Huh.
You lied to me!
He lied to us all!
The truth is an ugly thing. Cut them down where they stand. Start with the giant. Head in a sack.
Okay, here we go. Ugly giant my ass. Have you seen him? Where are the attackers? Oh, you? Nope, it's not you. It's not. Nope, not you either, huh? Oh, it's over here? Nope. There you go, there's one. They're not marked. Makes it very confusing. Where are they? Oh, I don't care. Fighting each other. They're on the same team and they're fighting each other. It's weird.
Joken's running north. I'm going after him.
I will follow when Lord Junke and Lady Ayako are safe.
Okay. Let's go. This way. Yep. Yep. She's just very fast. No, fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. I'm going over here. Bye. Oop, wrong button.
I have missed a katana in my hand. Remember, Matsunaga.
So much for the fiery determination of the ambitious.
Enjoy this moment, farm girl. One day, you too will know the taste of dust.
Where is the box?
Stop wasting my time. Let me get on with dying. I remember that sound. You hear it too. The call of Matsunaga Hisehide's troublesome son. He beckons me to the next life.
Another target taken care of.
Perhaps now Yamato can find peace.
You doubt it?
It is too easy to blame one man for all of this turmoil.
True.
You and I know the madness and greed runs deeper. Even with them dead, does that strengthen the fabric of this land?
We have to believe that. We give them a chance. What they do with it is up to them.
Perhaps in that chance lies the seed of redemption for each of us.
So, Kojiro?
Gone.
Then I hope he's at rest, the troublemaker. He's earned it.
Ooh, spring. Yes. Ooh, I can do the legendary swimming. Does she get here? Yep. Sorry.
Ah, another TiVo.
Okay. Where is it? Right, and that one can only be found during nighttime. Oh, I got a codec. Tsutsui Junkei. The Tsutsui resided in a Tsutsui castle and took their name from there. They were originally warriors in the service of the powerful Kofukuji temple, who gradually emancipated themselves and in the 16th century became one of the most powerful lordly clans of Yamato. The man who would become Junkei was expelled from his castle by Matsunaga Hisahide in 1565. However, the following year, he retook his castle from Hisahide with the help of Oda Nobunaga and became his ally. It was then that he took the name Junkei, under which he is best known today. In the following years, he fought under Nobunaga and distinguished himself in 1575 during the suppression of the Amida League, Ikko-Ikki, in Echizen. Nobunaga later appointed him daimyo of Yamato in 1578. He abandoned Tsutsui Castle to build a fortress, Koriyama. In 1581, participated in the war against the Republic of Iga, Sogoku Ikki, which he helped to subdue. In 1582, after Nobunaga's fall, Akechi Mitsuhide counted on Junkei to rally to his cause. However, Junkei remained cautious and eventually joined Hideyoshi after Mitsuhide's defeat. Hideyoshi rewarded him for not joining Mitsuhide's forces, and Junkei became a vassal of the future unifier of Japan. He participated in the Battle of Komaki in 1584, where Ieyasu's forces, who were then hostile to Hideyoshi, were defeated. Soon after the battle, he died of an illness. Junkei, like many great lords of his time, was well versed in the way of tea and was a great lover of no theater. Okay. Is there more? Ah. Joken Hokyo. The esteemed abbot of Yamato wields spiritual authority with his calm, wise demeanor. A former warrior monk now adorned in robes, he holds the prestigious title of Hokyo. His intellect and patience guide him as he navigates the complex dynamics of ruling clans, striving for peace and stability in a time of chaos. And then we have supporting characters. Akiyama Ayako. Lady Ayako is the unyielding matriarch of the beleaguered Akiyama clan. She wears her clan colors and the moniker with pride as she attempts to defend her people against the Tsutsui clan. Her sharp mind and legendary combat skills define her legacy in the lands of Yamato. Alright. Alright, so we took care of Yoken. Or Joken. Good. We did that. Max level. Oh, that's a quick way of doing it, okay. Anyway, so we have these two, and then the Horseman, and then Mitsuhide. That's in Harima. And that's also in Harima, yeah. Let's see. Let's go here. Yeah. Figure out if there's anything else to discover. It's a legendary chest. Right, good, good, good. I just read that. Alright, so that's thing in Yamato. Nothing in Setsu. I don't think there's anything. Don't think there's anything in Setsu. I could double check just to make sure. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. Let's go over to Iga real quick and double check there too. And nothing here as well. Nice. Okay, then Omi. Oh, it's a statue. That's nice. Okay. So now we have that. Let's see. Anything in Wakasan? No, nothing. As I remembered. Over here. There we go. Couple more here. Nice. Is there anything in Yamashiro? Yep, couple more. And then we have key left. No, nothing. Okay, good, good. Right, so we have here in the but I need to find more of the. Need 19 more, I believe. Well, there's a legendary chest. I could go and do that. While we wait until it's nighttime. Come on, there you go. But I already found it. Is there a second? Or is it just bugged because I found that already? That area not available. Alright. Right, so that one is bugged because I've already found it. Yeah, because it's in here. Great, thanks, game. You're awesome, game. Well, guess that's not gonna happen. Also, pretty pink trees. Okay, so let's see. No more here. That one is a dud now. For some reason. The Jizo statue there. So quest. Oh yeah, there's a new quest that involves Louis Froys. And that got updated today. They added it today. This is... It's a castle there. Gear vendor, ornament vendor. Cloud gazing. Another Jizo statue there. The yokai. Whoop. And there we are. Yep. The bridge would be helpful. Thank you. There it is. found them. Might as well do these while I'm here. Oop, wrong. This one.
Welcome! Surely I have something to strike your interest.
Maybe. Do I have anything? No. Some stuff I can sell though. Let's do that. Thank you. Bye.
It has been a pleasure.
Okay, next one is right there.
I have items to suit all tastes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Please be.
Alright, so wait, there's one more over here. Ah, it's a kind of painting that's inside the castle, and this is another castle. Right.
Welcome!
Oh, found that. Now, this here vendor, and then doesn't look like there's anything else here. Food, yes. We need that for Hong. Lucky.
Fresh mochi pounded to divine softness. Make sure to chew it well.
Mochi.
Better not choke on this.
Alright, mochi. Yohi mochi. Mochi is a soft and delicious staple in tea ceremonies. Biting into it feels like chewing on a fluffy cloud, but take care when swallowing. Sticky qualities can cause it to lodge in the throat, and that is a highly unpleasant way to die. So, chew well.
Welcome, young warrior.
Yep, there we go.
Farewell.
We have a bunch of them over here. Bunch of vendors over here, huh? A valuable object? No quick way of getting there. The Jizo there, and a food vendor here. Kakarega, and another kakarega. Kakarega, Jizo. Kano. Kakarega. Kakarega. Let's do one of these. So pretty with the pink trees. All right, let's see. And so it's right outside there.
I can't get caught here.
5 is a big place. There's 5 of them. Oops. Oops. Hide. Go over here. There you go. It was nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Forget you saw anything. Right, so there's a temple right there. Okay. Safe. This is a safe space. Found a kakarega, that's nice. I like that. Alright, headed towards that. Slowly becoming evening. You're welcome, bye. I'll leave you here for now. Ooh, almost nighttime. Swan. Ooh. Alright. Well, now that it's nighttime, and a little closer to that, let's go over here. Yeah, I feel like this will be faster. And it's that way. Do this. Oh, so pretty. Need to be very careful. There it is. Sakura Meadow. Yay. Oh, there it is.
I need to paint this.
And I need to take a picture.
I need a closer look. I need to be quiet.
What is... never mind. I'll do it later. Very, very quiet.
I need to be quiet.
Okay. This is almost magical. Well, it almost is magical.
I need to be quiet. perfect spot.
Beautiful.
Was that really just a deer? Maybe Auntie Matsu was right about spirits after all.
Legendary Shika deer with Sakura. An ink painting of a whimsical white-furred Shika deer with cherry blossom draped antlers. Like a beast that stepped out of a dream, this legendary Shika deer is larger than most, with unusually pale fur and a spray of cherry blossoms blooming from its antlers. The creature's ethereal beauty is surpassed only by its rarity. This legendary deer is a sight that few ever see and fewer still manage to capture. Well, I'm happy for finding it. Because that was very beautiful. I'll take that. This meadow, gorgeous, love it. Can I live here, please? Thank you. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, hello. What am I being led into here? My quest for loot. I want to go that way. Right, so my guess the valuable object is inside the castle, yeah. So we ain't gonna get that one. I can get these and this. Or in a chest. I can get that too.
Move back.
And odds are there's gonna be a kakarega here somewhere. Wait, let me just get rid of. Wait, is that a codec? It's a codex thing. More keys. Sorry. Ah, here we go.
Ignoring that. Do you see anything of interest? You know where to find me.
I do now. Right, and then next up here.
Please have a look.
Cerro Farm. Thank you.
You will return.
Wait. Food for Hong.
Delicious namasu! Get it here or marinate in regret.
Some of my favorite vegetables are in namasu.
Namasu. Namasu. This dish of thinly sliced seafood, usually raw fish, is often mixed with vegetables. It is soaked in rice vinegar for several hours prior to serving, mildly pickling the ingredients and giving it a strong acidic taste. Okay, and then tsutsumi. Music and arts. The tsutsumi is an hourglass-shaped drum with two membranes stretched over either end. Tsutsumi tend to be smaller than the taiko type of drum. When playing small drums like the kotsutsumi, the performer would typically rest the drum on their right shoulder and strike the surface with the fingers of their right hand. There are larger versions of the tsutsumi, commonly known as otsusumi, that are usually placed on the left hip of the player. This type of drum was introduced from the Asian continent to Japan in antiquity. Similar instruments can be found in China, Korea, and even India. Before it was popularized in the Middle Ages, the tsutsumi was played in the ancient imperial court and was mostly an instrument of the elite. It was first introduced to the general population through No theater, then later via kabuki theater during the Edo period. In the Middle Ages and pre-modern times, villages often performed dances to mark major agricultural events, such as rice transplanting or harvesting. The purpose was to thank local deities for a good upcoming harvest. These dances were often accompanied by the rousing beats of the tsutsumi. very cool. Oh yeah, there's the drum, right there. The lower right corner. You can see someone playing the drum. Anyway, moving on. Found both.
Let me know if you require anything.
Well, let's see what you got, and if I can buy it. I can buy it. Thank you. I'm almost out of money again.
Please visit again.
And then we got you. Wait, that. Yeah. They were both here.
I have goods, both local and foreign.
Oh, do you now? Alright, you just have that. Oh, okay. Nothing interesting
I will
then.
come back another time.
Tell your friends.
Alright. So we found that. Now. I guess it's on that ship right behind here. Yeah, there it is. Hello. Yeah, it is. These are really cool. And the sail is up properly. Very interesting. The junks, I believe, they're called. Alright, you have fun. I'm gonna be up here now. Anyways, there it is. Oh, and a question mark. Anything else? Alright, bye. Amano Hashidita. Manohashi date. Yeah. Take that. Alright. Well, I've done that. Go back here and see. I have one more T-ball to buy. So let's not do that then. And this, how many do I need? Have I gotten all of them? No, I haven't, have I? I haven't technically gotten all the Kana paintings. I need 4 more dishes and 2 more treasures for Nagahide. There were some side quests around here somewhere. The meeting, Hills of Meeting, the yokai. Then there was one right here. The works of Louis Frois. There's another one up here. Yeah, the cloud gazing one. Let's check that one out. Over here. It wasn't you. It was you.
The wind is warm here, and the grass looks soft. The perfect spot for a bit of cloud gazing.
No. At night? Okay. Well, now it's day. Oh.
What are we meant to do now?
Just
It's
enjoy
easy.
the
You
moment.
look at a cloud and say what it looks like. Like that one.
It is a macaque holding an umbrella.
What? No way.
Yes, it is right there in his hand.
No, look. It's a jellyfish with one weird tentacle.
If you say so. Perhaps my vision requires better imagination.
No.
Ha ha.
This feels good.
Talking about stupid things? It does.
Do you ever think about who you would be if we lived a different life?
Sometimes. Married to some warrior, a good Egan man like my father wanted for me. 3 kids, all running around like crazy. A nice life, I guess.
But not yours.
When Hattori Hanzo told me about my mother, it made perfect sense. She wasn't just a warrior. She had a mission. And though it meant she couldn't be in my life, I can understand now why she did it.
I think that no matter when or where, you would live a life that changed the lives of others.
I hope so. Do you think about it?
It is hard to picture at times, as though my mind keeps me from seeing it.
Because it's too sad?
Not sad, just far away. But if I do, I see a life where I can sit down for a moment. Armor does not weigh on my shoulders. My sons roam freely on land that I own. I build a big house on it for everyone.
That sounds nice.
It does.
What does that one look like?
Tomiko riding a flying squirrel.
That I can see.
Yes.
Ah! Something bit me!
That was a nice moment.
Well, back to the real world.
Yeah. But it was a lovely moment. Right, and then we have the yokai over here. Anything else? Oh yeah, this one. Louis' voice. Alright, where is it? Right here.
Father Frost runs his mission with passion.
Oh, yes. Even his papers dance in the wind.
There goes another paper from the Namba.
Oh no! The wind!
Quick, catch them!
That sounds like Father Froist.
Father Frost, we will find your notes.
Our book is lost without them.
We are searching everywhere.
Father Froist, so it is you.
Yasuke, my friend. Look at you now, famous throughout the land.
I walk my own path now, with my own purpose, and new friends. Naue, I would like you to meet Father Frois.
I've never met a Namban priest before. What is your mission here?
We provide medicine and teaching. And I am working on a treatise about these lands for outsiders. But my notes are missing.
Father Frois was the first to show me kindness among the Jesuits. Allow us to repay that favor. I will find your notes, Father Frois.
Father Frois's notes must be somewhere.
Let us check around.
Three notes, okay. Okay, there's one. Okay. Let's go get that one I can see from here.
You stole that paper from the mission!
No, Mother. The wind stole it. I was going to take it back to Father Frois.
Foolish child! This paper is valuable. Give it back!
Excuse me. Have you found any papers around the mission?
No. We are an honest family
Oh,
and will
honey,
not
no.
take something that is not ours.
But, Mother, I did find...
Theft is punishable by death.
But the kid didn't steal
You've
it.
done nothing wrong.
Father Frois would never allow that to happen. He just wants his note.
Thank you, sir. Here it is.
Thank you. Father Frois will be very happy to recover his work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
There. That is it.
A note on Japanese clothing. In Portugal, we wear our fine clothing all year round, whereas in Japan they change their garments 3 times per year. In summer, they wear a light robe called a katabira, without a lining. In autumn, they shift to the akiawase, a 2-layered kimono to keep out the brisk weather, and then add stuffing for even more warmth. This is called a fuyu kimono and is worn throughout the winter. These extra layers and stuffing are removed in spring, and the cycle begins anew. Alright. Let's see, where could it second be? Excuse me. Alright,
Those children run by so fast.
They chase after Father Frois's papers.
Alright, so the investigation zone is right in here, okay. So I just have to keep investigating. Keep looking around inside this area.
I'm allergic to Namban paper, but Mother said climbing is dangerous. What do I do?
Got the paper.
A good climb.
Good job, Yosuke. Good job.
2 down. Now to find the 3rd note.
A note on bows and arrows. The Japanese make their bows and arrows from bamboo cane. Their bows are much larger in size than ours. Japanese archers shout loudly when losing their arrows, whereas our archers shoot in complete silence. Alright. Okay. We can spot where the third one is. No clue. There. Of course it's in here. Bye. Oh, it's okay. Right here. Well, that's better.
I found all 3 notes. Now to bring them back to Father Frois.
Did not have time to read that, dang it. Can I read it? I don't think I can. Oh, never mind. I think I can. Maybe. In Europe, we think of scars as dreadful disfigurements, but in Japan, they are worn as marks of distinction. Oh. Right, I read it. Okay, let's go back to Louise.
Father Frois, We have found your notes. With a little help from some children.
Children? Delightful. Simply delightful. And Jesus said to them, "Suffer the little children, and forbid them not to come to me." Regardless of who found the notes, the mission owes you a debt of gratitude.
You said these notes are for a book.
Yes. My book helps newly arrived Jesuits learn about this land. Here, listen to my entry on Azuchi Castle. Lord Nobunaga's majestic castle stands on a hill in the center of the city. In grandeur, it is on par with the palaces of Europe. It goes on like that for several pages.
A big castle for an even bigger ego.
I learned a great deal in that castle. Things I will never forget.
Europe is far away. Are the lords of the castles there as cruel as our daimyo?
Some can be, yes.
Perhaps. If you want to learn more about our ways, meet me in Otsu. We are conducting a baptism.
I've never seen a baptism. Thank you, Father Frois.
Otsu. Okay, Otsu.
I am concerned. Your wife's baptism could dishonor your family name.
No, my wife is being foolish, nothing more.
Still, imperial disfavor is a powerful thing.
Today is like no other day. Today I shall be reborn without first dying.
How did the Namban priest persuade you to convert?
Father Frois speaks our language better than my husband. That helps.
Okay.
Greetings.
Hello, Father Frois. Your work proceeds, I see.
Indeed. It is a good sign that both the curious and the faithful are here for Lady Satoko. In spite of the risks.
Risks?
Lady Satoko reports threats against her life. But I can offer no more than the protection of our god. Would you speak to her and ensure that she and her family are safe?
Yes. I will speak with her.
Dearest wife, there have been threats.
Threats do not terrify me. I hunt bandits with my tadpole.
Such behavior is also considered unseemly in courtly circles.
Ah, the famous Yasuke. Father Frois speaks warmly of you. I am Lady Satoko.
Pleased to meet you. I understand you are here to be baptized.
Indeed. Provided my husband's family doesn't intervene. Certain relatives of his do not approve.
Have they threatened to attack the ceremony?
I don't know what they have planned. I am possibly slightly worried. Not for myself, of course, but for the others. Now excuse me as I contemplate my impending salvation.
I need to learn more about this threat of violence to Lady Satoko.
The next Oda Nobunaga may not be as willing to protect these Namban priests.
We don't need another warlord like that tyrant. We need to rebuild Enrakuji and resist the might of the daimyo.
They are not plotting against Lady Satoko.
No.
Lady Satoko takes her baptism seriously.
She does. Her faith is a rock.
Father Frois is a wonder.
Those two pose no threat to anyone.
The Ronin have been hired.
Good. Send them to the road north after the ceremony. There are too many guards in Otsu.
I have found the threat. I should warn someone.
Father Frois.
Ah, our friend has returned.
We need to talk.
What's wrong?
Father Frois, I must speak with you. Lady Satoko, if you would.
Excuse me. I must prepare.
Lady Satoko's family has hired men to ambush you on the road once the baptism is complete.
And?
This is concerning. These people hired Ronin to attack you.
No man wants to die when there is so much yet to learn. But God, I believe, has chosen a different fate for me.
Still, I will travel with you to ensure the group arrives safely home.
You are a godsend, my friend. But come, the ceremony is about to begin.
Talk to the monks. There's a chest here, though. Let's get that. Thank you. Then let's talk to the monks.
Have you seen the baptismal party?
They left along the trail of the Black Tortoise.
What does that mean?
The trail of the tortoise Genbu runs north.
Thank you.
Do not thank us. Thank the tortoise.
Okay. Find the guests. They are south of Sakamoto Castle. They aren't traveling by road and they're traveling north. South Sakamoto Castle. Where's Sakamoto Castle? Right, so Sakamoto Castle is here. They are south. So they're on this road right here somewhere. And they're right there. Excuse me, pardon me.
We paid your gambling debts 3 times. What more can we do?
But father, if I don't pay my sundown, the moneylenders will take my head.
Okay. Oh, God dang it.
That group of people. Is it a wedding party?
No, they had a Namban priest with them.
Careful! There are Ronin ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Hurry.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
They are under attack.
Excuse me, pardon me. Well, she's fine. Did I get this one? Oh, it's not showing up, so I must have gotten it already.
Father Frois, I got here as fast as I could. Why did you not wait for me?
We left because... well, it doesn't matter now.
We almost lost Lady Satoko.
Yes, and I thank you for your aid. Our work is difficult.
What will you do now?
With God's aid, I shall carry on with my work. Come see me at the Azuchi mission sometime. We must take tea.
Take care, my friend.
Azuchi mission. Well, done that. There was more. Okay.
Father Frois sounds well. I should speak to him.
And the repairs, while masterful, are easily seen.
That is the nature of kintsugi. Repairs are made, but the damage is intrinsic to the object itself. The blemish is part of its history, its essence. Do you see, Father Frois?
Remarkable. What a beautiful idea.
Father Frois, I trust all is well with your writing.
Indeed. Thanks to you, my work continues. Do you want to hear my latest pages?
Sure.
Tell me more about your work.
The customs of this land are fascinating. In my work, I contrast them with those of Europe. Most recently, I have been working on dancing, child-rearing, and poetry.
What about poetry?
Portuguese ballads are composed of metrical stanzas with elegant rhyming schemes. But here, verse consists of unrhymed couplets.
I know the ballads that Portuguese sailors sing. Unfit for priestly ears. What have you learned about dancing?
When we dance in Europe, we leap and cavort. Here, the people dance as much with their hands as their feet.
Yes. The dancers often hold still as part of their performance.
Is that all you have to say about poetry?
Poetry?
Portuguese ballads are composed of...
Okay.
Tell me about the children.
In Portugal, our children do not go about armed, and they lack manners. Here, boys as young as 12 might carry a sword, and they treat everyone with respect.
It is mostly the sons of samurai and daimyo thus equipped. It is good to see you, Father. But I must be going. And, take good care of your notes. I worry the wind will claim them.
True. But it is not the wind that worries me.
Clearly.
There are those who will use faith to fan the flames of war. Where the cross leads, the sword often follows.
This is a dangerous world, as you know, Father Frois.
We work in peril and must trust in God. May He watch over us all.
Yep. Yep, that was it then. That was it. Okay. Then we have this one right here. Is there anything else? Can't see any more of these. Oop, okay. The yokai. I feel like I should do that one with Malin. Here. Stuck. There we go. Nope. Alright. Come on. Go around it.
What is all that racket?
I will save you some time. There are no yokai!
What are you talking about?
That is why you are here. That is why everyone comes here. They scream, yokai! They want me to hunt them down. But every time there is no yokai.
Then what are the people seeing?
Last week, villagers saw a creature with a snake tongue licking the floor of the bathhouse.
Are they high?
They came to me screaming, yokai!
My father told me about the Akaname, and I have never wanted to visit a bathhouse.
No. No yokai! He was a man! Was he deranged? Yes. Was his tongue very long? Yes. Was he thirsty? Also yes. But was he yokai?
No?
No! Let me ask you something. Do you believe in yokai?
The only yokai I know of are from stories told to children. I've seen people do worse things than any demon.
I have heard all the stories. I investigated each and every one, and always there is a logical explanation. I am old and tired. You are young and strong. I give the last of these rumors to you. Prove to yourself, and everyone else, there are no yokai.
I'm no yokai hunter, but if I come across any in my travels, you will be the first to know.
Come back when all the rumors of yokai are dead.
Oh yeah, her. I discovered her while I was investigating the world. Oshiroi Baba. Villagers report sighting of a creepy old woman with a hideous ghostly face. They say her ramblings and demonic moaning can often be heard at night. No yokai here, just a lonely woman drenched in sake attempting to relive her youth and rekindle lost love. Yeah. A little out there. Kiona. Kemono. The Kappa. Dai Tengu and Taka Nyoto. Oh, something new. Fun. Alright. Mamushi. There's a couple there. Right. Let's see. There. And do the same here. Okay. And I've read all of that. All right. So I'm gonna quit for today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you again tomorrow. Bye.